Okay, folks, welcome to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, May the 10th. It is just after 4 p.m. We'd like to welcome everybody here to the meeting. Our first order of business is to start with an in-camera meeting in Committee Room 2 downstairs, and then we're going to come back here and resume our regularly scheduled meeting immediately prior. So first order of business, I am looking for a motion to go in camera, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. If there's no objection, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So we will now head in camera downstairs. Please remember to leave your electronic devices here in chambers. Our Sergeant at Arms will take care of everything. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's council meeting. For those of you just joining us, we were in camera downstairs, and now we're going to resume our regular scheduled meeting, obviously up here in council chambers. So I know we've got a full gallery, so thank you for everybody for being here. Thank you for your patience. Our in-camera meeting went a little bit longer than expected. It's hard to predict these types of things. So welcome to tonight's regularly scheduled meeting of Tuesday, May the 10th. And the way we like to start our council meetings off is with the singing of O Canada. So over COVID, we've come up with a way of having recorded versions. So what I would ask you to do, if you would, please stand for the singing of the national anthem. And I will introduce our singer is Victoria Calder. Victoria is a kindergarten student at Forest View Public School. She looks very adorable. She loves her family time and singing in the junior choir at Stamford Lane United Church. So, ladies and gentlemen, I offer you Victoria Calder. Told never follow a child or a pet. So if you'd agree, that was absolutely adorable, probably one of the cutest ever. Big hand for Victoria. Well done. Well done. Thank you. Wow. I don't know where to go from here but down, but thank you, everyone. The next part of our business is our land acknowledgement, and again on video we have Brian Kahn, with the traditional meeting opening.
Tansi, Brian Kahn Natishikashan, Niagara Falls Nowikin, Netaniska Wakamakana, Gilene Wak, Mushkagewak Ekwamiti. So hello and greetings to all. My name is Brian Kahn. I live in Niagara Falls, but my ancestors, they come from the north, from the far north. They are the Moose Cree, and I am Métis. So I'm going to start the meeting today with what is known as a traditional opening. And we don't know what your day was like as everyone gathers here in the meeting. Somebody may have had a fight with a spouse member, or someone may have cut them off as they were driving to the meeting. So if we all come together in a good way, in a good mind, and think of all the great gifts that have been given to us by the Creator. So with that, I call to Kisimento, the Great Spirit, the Creator. And we are thankful to Him for all of the gifts that He has given to us. And the greatest of those gifts is the gift of Mother Earth. And through her, we are given additional gifts, plants and medicines that grow from the ground. And we're grateful to each and every one of them, for they nourish us and they heal us as we continue through our journey. We're grateful to the Tree Nation, because the Tree Nation, trees stand tall and proud, and they provide us with the materials to make our homes. Traditionally, they provided the materials to build our fires for staying warm and for our ceremonies. The trees and the forests and the lands are also a place for all the two-legged, the four-legged, the swimmers, the crawlers, the flyers, and we are grateful to each and every one of them. And when I think of all of those gifts that the Creator has given to us for us to use, we must be reminded that as we come across an item that we want to harvest, that we don't take the very first one that we see, whether it's a plant or an animal. We don't even take the second one that we see. It's not until we find the third that we realize that there is enough for those who follow behind us, whether it's those who follow the next day or those who follow for generations to come. And those are the teachings of my ancestors. We are grateful for the four winds that blow and the four directions that surround us. With that, that brings the change of season and new opportunities. At this time, it is a time of harvesting of those plants. And with that, we take one of the sacred medicines, tobacco, and we lay it on the ground as a gift to Mother Earth for giving us that opportunity to grow and nourish that plant or that medicine, which ultimately comes back to us. So we're grateful for that harvest that we have. Living in Niagara, we're surrounded by water, and the water is so important. It makes up a good part of our body. And it also provides us with refreshment throughout the day. But more importantly, it is through water that we have our very first homes. Before we were born, we lived within water, within our mothers. So we're grateful to that water. I look to the sky and I see Brother Sun. He's out there and he provides us with light and warmth. Whether he's shining bright or whether hidden behind the clouds, he's there and we know he's there and we are grateful to him. At the night skies, Grandmother Moon, she shines high and strong and bright. And we are grateful for the gifts that she brings to us. But with that, we are grateful how she influences our bodies and influences the waterways so that through Grandmother Moon, through the water, and through the women of our nations, that our future generations are born. We are grateful. And finally, I look to the night sky and I see the stars that are up there. And I am told that those stars are our ancestors. They're watching over us. They're guiding us. They're leading us along our journey. And so with that, I will say hi, thank you, merci, miigwech.
Thank you very much to Brian Kahn, and we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us. And as I say, I'd like to thank Brian Kahn, who is a local artist of Métis descent and an advocate in the Indigenous community. So next on our agenda is the adoption of the minutes from our April the 12th meeting. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski. If there's no discussion of those minutes, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, those minutes are approved unanimously. Next up is disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Councillor Kerrio and then Lococo.
Thank you, Worship. In the in-camera report 2022-06, there may be some participation by the Hotel Association, and I'm a member. And item 8.6 F 2022-24, there's some mention of possible tax incentives. May have a conflict on that, both related to hotels.
Thank you. That's noted by our clerk. Do we have that, Mr. Clerk? Okay, great. Councillor Lococo and then Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict on 9.9 RNC 2022-08, the Niagara Falls Art Gallery. I sit on the board as a resident. That's their fees for service. And the following are conflict. It's my spouse's former employer. 9.2 MW 2022-24, free parking on Queen Street. 11.3 correspondence from the Downtown BIA. 12.1 downtown security request and 12.5 downtown BIA requests.
Thank you for that, Councillor.
Thank you.
Our clerk's writing away feverishly. Now, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. From in camera, it was report MW 2022-25. The land acquisitions are part of a road widening that affects lands owned by my family. And under our agenda, the Niagara Regional Correspondence, PDS 14-2022, only the parts that are specific to the SABR, the Settlement Area Boundary Review. Again, my family owns lands that are affected. I'll leave this here for the clerk.
Thank you very much. Any other disclosures? And reminder to all council, please fill out your procedural notice or notify the clerk by email so we have a record in writing of your disclosures. Next up is generally everybody's favorite part of the meeting. This is the mayor's reports and announcements. It's usually when people have to do a bathroom break, but I'll try to be brief because then we're going to get into our deputations and presentations, why I think everybody's here today. I don't think you're all here. Are you here for mine? No? Okay, all right. I didn't think so, but it doesn't hurt to ask. First off, obituaries. Judy Orr, former city councillor for more than 20 years, passed away. Ian Greaves, member of the Accessibility Committee for many years as well, passed away. Jake Hebert, longtime business owner of Jake's French Fry Truck, downtown Niagara Falls, Emmeline Burgess, mother of our CAO, Jason Burgess, and Gino Felicetti, father of our Director of Business Development, Serge Felicetti. So we offer our condolences to all of you for your losses. Super Sata Night was held at Club Italia recently, first time in a few years, and I was joined by a number of people, including some of the people here in our front row of our gallery, as well by Councillors Strange, Pietrangelo, and Kerrio, I believe. I think, does that cover? And Dabrowski, I'm sorry. Well, that's good. Everybody's invited, right? It's welcoming. Also, I think we've got a picture for the opening of our Canada Games Park. And there's yours truly with Shelley, the mascot, who, of course, is a turtle. Niagara Falls, by the way, has partnered with the Northwest Territories, and we're going to host community ceremony events Saturday, August the 13th with our territory partners. Also, it should be noted that Niagara Falls will be hosting baseball at Oaks Park and golf at the Legends Golf Course, the Niagara Parks Commission. So we're happy to be a part of the Canada Summer Games. This will be the first and only time this will happen in our community in our lifetime. So it'll be a lot of fun. Make sure you take it in, get your tickets, and enjoy the event. Not too often you'll have something right in your backyard. Also, we had our National Day of Mourning held out front of City Hall last Thursday, the 28th of April. We lowered our flags to half-mast, and we acknowledged that day as well. Stamford Center Volunteer Firefighters, they celebrated their 100th anniversary, which is incredible. What a volunteer organization. And that on my left is George Alderton. He's 93, and he's been a member since 1959. And on my right, so your left, would be Kevin Fair, the president of SCVFA. And, you know, for those of you that are aware, they have the annual carnival, which is very, very popular. Traditionally was held at Stamford Green and now at Fireman's Park. And as well, they host the Easter egg hunt and Blues in the Park Thursday nights during the summer in the new amphitheater. So real fun park, more than 100 acres of Carolinian forest, lots to take in. And tobogganing this winter, big toboggan central, a lot of fun down there. Also, we had the opening in Niagara Lake of Central Community Church. So we had the ribbon cutting. This is a new church that moved from Scott Street in St. Catharines. Big success, massive facility. They can have upwards of a couple thousand people for a service. And there's the stage, give you a little bit of a taste of how big. Very professional, made for TV type of production with the cameras and everything in there. Very, very nice. They spent many, many years, I think about 10 in fact, raising the money and building it. And their pastor is Pastor Bill. And this guy, he's unbelievable. Very good and very enriching, welcoming of all groups. So we were there to help support opening that facility for the region. Also, we had the flag raising for Poland's Constitution. And that was arranged by Councillor Dabrowski, or his father was going to kick him out of the will, I think, or something like that. We were joined by Councillor Mike Strange and Wayne Thompson as well, as they offered punchkis, the traditional Polish donuts, and it was a real nice time as they sang their national anthem and shared lots of good stories. So that was a really neat day. Also, I'd like to thank City Council representatives. We had the Spark Open House and Pitch Competition. We were represented by Councillor Strange, and the Sunrise Rotary Tree Planting, also attended by Councillor Strange and Councillor Lococo. I got that? And also we had some, pictures there. We got pictures. Okay, good. Stoked. Cannabis. We have quite a few of them these days. Really, we have a lot. We have a lot of cannabis stores. I don't know how many, where the end is in sight, but a lot of them. And I was joined by Councillor Thompson as we opened this one on Stanley Avenue near the 420, of course. Where else would you put it but there? Yeah, gift bags. Yeah, I never opened mine up, so I'm not sure what was in there. Also, we opened up Nature's Canopy House and Munchie World on McLeod Road, which, of course, Nature's Canopy is another cannabis store. And on the left side is the Munchie World, which is all traditional snacks. So, of course, they go hand in hand, apparently, I'm told. Also, Saltwater Beauty opening. And there we have grand opening, which took place. And there you'll notice the scissors that I'm holding. Those are the smallest scissors I've ever used at a grand opening because nobody had scissors. So someone had them in their purse, and luckily we were able to cut the ribbon. So I didn't have to chew it, which is really good. And lastly, Trick Art Box, which is a new business, a tourism business on Victoria Avenue, right near Clifton Hill, and a real neat virtual reality type of business where they've got these paintings like the moose that you see on the front of the building, and you download the app through your app store and hold your phone up to it, and those paintings come alive. It's augmented reality. It is so neat. And with that app, you can record the experience of walking into the falls and being chased by zombies and being eaten by a pumpkin and all sorts of neat experiences. It's a really neat, cool attraction, Trick Art Box. And we encourage everyone to join us at our next meeting, which will be later this month on Tuesday, May the 31st. And I'm sure there'll be all sorts of exciting things that day as well. So please enjoy and please return. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add one to bring some appreciation. A couple of weeks ago, there was bowl for breakfast.
What? I'm sorry?
It was called bowl, like bowling for
Oh, yeah.
breakfast. And when our Out of the Cold shelter closes, the breakfast program at Third Space across the street also closed. So a lady, a realtor in Niagara Falls, Karen Vermeer, and through her help with the Bridge Church, they all got together and raised a lot of money for breakfast for the unsheltered and people who are less fortunate. They raised over $50,000
Wow.
for breakfast, and Third Space, Karen Vermeer, and the Bridge churches, they all participated, and I did go out and bowl. I haven't bowled for many years, but it was a lot of fun. So I wanted to bring some appreciation to that.
That's great.
So thank
Fantastic.
you to Karen.
Thank you for sharing that. That's great. Okay, now, the reason you're all here, other than hearing the mayor's announcements, is the deputations and presentations. So I'm going to ask if I could get joined by our Fire Chief Joe Zambito and Justin Cantistaro, our president of our Niagara Falls Professional Firefighters Association. Canistraro, sorry. So if I could get you two gentlemen to join me up here in the horseshoe. There's the opening down there, or you can just kind of do a little scissor over. And if we could also call up Aaron Tate. Get you to join us up here too.
He should jump over the top.
Yeah, he should. Yeah.
He's done worse.
Yeah. Come on up here. Come on in here, and I'll start off by opening things up, and then we'll work through our agenda here of acknowledging what happened. So first off, I'd like to introduce our Fire Chief, Joe Zambito, right here. So he's going to kick things off and explain why we're all here today.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening. The City of Niagara Falls is fortunate to be home to the best firefighters in the country, in my opinion. And as well, we all know our city is quite unique with some challenging demographics. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce to you and Council firefighter Aaron Tate as a recipient of the Ontario Medal of Firefighters Bravery, who on June 6, 2020 attempted to save Paul, clinging to a rock in the mighty Niagara River. This medal, presented by the Lieutenant Governor, is the province's highest honor in recognition of firefighters and police officers whose actions demonstrate bravery in the line of duty. We are all grateful for his bravery and courage, and we owe a debt of gratitude to our firefighters, the Niagara Parks Police, the Niagara Regional Police, and the Niagara Helicopters for their outstanding efforts that day. We are also blessed that we all can work together for our community, but that we can also depend on one another in the time of need. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude and my sincerest appreciation to all of our staff and to our colleagues who are leading every day. Thank you.
Now I'd ask, thank you very much, Chief. And I'd like to ask Justin Canistraro, the president of our Niagara Falls Professional Firefighters Association. He's going to have some more words to share with us.
Thank you, Mayor Diodati, CEO Burgess, and members of council, and senior staff for allowing us to come here tonight. As the chief stated, on June the 6th, 2020, excuse me, a 911 call was received for a male in Niagara Gorge clinging to a rock. After a long and torturous hike, the crews arrived at the patient's location and made verbal contact. The patient was laying flat on his stomach on a large rock, quickly being engulfed by water. Attempts were made to throw a rope to the victim, but he would not attempt to cling them as he was too afraid. Shortly after that, 2 firefighters were in position, one being firefighter Tate, to enter the water. He entered the water to attempt to reach and secure the male patient to a rock and wait for a rescue to shore. Firefighter Tate entered the water in a dangerous rapid above the rock in question and was caught in a strong current. He was able to make it to the rock and try to make contact with the boy to attempt to secure him and calm him down. However, a strong current, a sudden change in water level, forced him to let go and he was swept past. Firefighter Tate then disappeared underwater for a short period of time. His main rope to shore had to be let go. A throw bag was immediately thrown to Firefighter Tate, which he held onto as long as he could. But the Class 5 rapids in the Niagara River were too much. It was announced that Firefighter Tate was off rope and swept downstream. My brother battled these Class 5 rapids of the Lower Niagara for almost 15 minutes, mostly totally submerged and gasping for air. His training allowed him to stay calm, focused. Though barely conscious, he was spotted by our friends in the NRP police boat. We were able to pick him up and bring him to safety to a waiting ambulance. Everything I've mentioned now can definitely just be considered all in a day's work for firefighters. It's a simple fact that we all took an oath to be there to protect the public at all costs, even if there's a chance that we could lose our lives. That day, Firefighter Tate did just that. This medal is given out to firefighters for individual acts of courage, and Firefighter Tate will wear this medal with pride and honor for the rest of his career. However, what needs to be mentioned and understood is that there are no individuals on a crew. We're a team. We function as a team. We rely on each other. We trust each other with our lives. That day is no different. Though Firefighter Tate was the one who entered the treacherous rapids of the Lower Niagara River, there were many crews down there with him to make sure he was safe. There were many captains down there that had to make split decisions while lives hung in the balance. Platoon 4's initial crew down there that day were all heavily involved in this rescue and had to hold the burden of watching one of their brothers get swept downstream. Simply put, the medal on Firefighter Tate's chest is an act for outstanding courage that day, but it is shared with all the crews on Platoon 4 who were down there with them. Our team that day far extends the fire service, as the crews on shore had to regroup, focus, and rescue the boy. And that's thanks to working together with our great allies, the Niagara Parks Police, Niagara Helicopters, and the Niagara Regional Police. And I'm happy to say that the boy was successfully rescued. Thank you for taking the time today to recognize one of your own, to Council and the Mayor and everybody, and our allied agencies that we work with daily. As first responders, we expect to go home at the end of each shift, but it goes without saying, we all know the risk, we still show up, punch the clock, and go to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's still a little bit more to this, so you may please be seated, and you can stand up again in a few minutes. So thank you very much, Justin. Thank you, Joe, and congratulations, Aaron. We did have a ceremony back at our Fire Station 7 as well, where the family came, and when you see the family, and then you realize there's more to this, it's just not just a firefighter, it's the family, which includes the other firefighters, all the other emergency rescue, and his family. His actual family. So it's very important, and we expect that when you go to work, you come home that same way, the way you left. So now I'd like to, and I'm pleased that we took this opportunity, and I'd like to recognize some other people here that were involved that day and present a certificate to some of you that are here right now. So if I could just ask these people just to come forward as I call your name, maybe just to the class, and I'll hand you a certificate. First up, I'd like to recognize Tim Eaton, Niagara Regional Police Officer, for your hand in the rescue that day as well. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome up Sergeant Lance Dobbin from the Niagara Parks Police. Next up, Sergeant Sean Black from the Niagara Parks Police. I guess I should have said them in advance so you guys could have got out ahead of time, right? It's like church, you know. Plan yourself. Next up, Anna Pierce from Niagara Helicopters. And last, the pilot of the helicopter, who sometimes the unsung hero, Renee Hussey. Thank you, Renee, as well. As you see, there's a lot of people involved, and Niagara Falls is a very unique place. We have gorgeous, tall buildings, millions of tourists, lots of challenges. A lot of people come for fun, and we like to make sure that they leave that same way, so it takes a village. I'd like to also invite to our microphone, if we could, to say a few words. I'd like to invite Superintendent Marco Giannico to the microphone as he's representing the Niagara Regional Police Chief Brian McCullough this evening to say a few words.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to council members, chief, and everyone here tonight. I want to thank you on behalf of the chief for the opportunity to come and speak and celebrate people receiving the awards and being recognized tonight. Congratulations to first responder Aaron Tate and the accommodations that went out to the other members that were involved in this incident. I want to just recognize I have Acting Inspector Eric Elwood here with me today. He's with 2 District in Niagara Falls, filling in for Inspector Lagerteria. And again, Constable Eaton for his efforts. I just want to highlight how this unfortunate incident, you made comments towards it too, how we came together as a team, and it really shows and displays the combined and coordinated efforts of our emergency services in Niagara, how the Niagara Falls Fire Service, Niagara Parks Police, Niagara EMS, Niagara Regional Police Service have come together and through training, through experience can work together in these critical incidents and come to us a successful outcome, which in this situation was the safe rescue of a 16-year-old male. And again, Fire Service Member Aaron Tate for his courage and his bravery and the risk that he put into saving that individual that day, and then found himself at risk and in a situation where his life was threatened. And I want to express our sincere appreciation for the efforts of our officers that were involved in that incident, which we recognized Tim Eaton and Constable Tara Manhurst. They were both in the Marine unit. They responded to the scene. They were able to locate Aaron and bring him to safety on board that boat. And that was incredible for that to occur so quickly. And then our patrol officers, Brent Burnside and Constable Patrick Sadlow, who were 2 District Uniform Patrol officers that responded there and assisted from land in helping out the boy that was safely rescued there. And I just want to recognize that we also provided service combinations to our officers and recognized for their efforts. And finally, I just want to thank all the emergency responders that were involved in this incident for their outstanding professionalism and exhibited in the execution of their duties, and directly resulted in the safe rescue of the 16-year-old boy and Aaron Tate. And that's right from the start of this event, where we have our communicators taking information, and it's just how the big machine starts rolling, our first responders start responding. It's just a a great result, and it really displays the efforts of our first responders in Niagara. So thank you.
Next, I'd like to also first, if I could just get them to stand, I've got representing the Niagara Parks Commission, we have our Chair, April Jeffs, we have our CEO, David Adames, and we have our Chief of Police, Mr. Forcier, Paul Forcier. So, I'd invite the Chair, I'd like to say a few words as well. April? April was also the Mayor of Wainfleet, I should point out as well. So we sat together on Regional Council for a couple of terms.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I've ever been in your council chambers, and I'm so honored to be here for such an important occasion, and I want to congratulate you and thank you so much for your bravery. And I was listening, you mentioned, Jim, that I'm from Wainfleet, and I lived on the lake for many years, and I was taught to have a big respect for Lake Erie. And now that I'm chair of the Parks Commission and I've been by the river and down in the Glen, I mean, that's you just have to have a huge respect for that river. And I was just there on Saturday. I hadn't been down in a while. And knowing what had happened and then hearing it be recounted tonight, we just can't thank you enough. And I want to thank our Parks Police. We're going to be recognizing Lance and Sean toward the end of the week, and thank you to Niagara Regional Police. And I heard the word allies used tonight, and that is the perfect description. I want to thank the fire department and Niagara Regional Police for being our allies. And I'm not married, but I am with the first responder, and so when I hear these stories, I worry. He kind of sits at a desk now, so he's not out in the line. He'll kill me for saying that, but I do. I worry, and I get it, and I'm just so glad that that you're safe, and I thank everybody, and thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you, Chairman Jeffs. And lastly, the rescue would not have happened without the amazing assistance of Niagara Helicopters, who are always there for us. So I'd like to invite Anna Pierce, Vice President and General Manager of Niagara Helicopters, to say a few words.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, members of the council. It's wonderful to be here again after a long hiatus. So thank you for bringing us up here. And I want to acknowledge our wonderful hero. Honestly, you scared the hell out of us that day. We were very scared, but we were so, I cannot tell you, we were glued to our radios waiting for word. When we heard that you were out and you were safe, the massive sigh of relief that came across all branches. And I mean, everyone was sitting at the heliport waiting. So God bless and thank you for your service. We really appreciated it. And on behalf of our owners, management, and crew at Niagara Helicopters, I'd like to thank you so much for the recognition and for your ongoing support of our search and rescue program. It's been over 25 years. We began this joint venture with the support of all of these amazing emergency services. Regional, Parks Police, Fire and Paramedics. We've all worked together on this project. And we've saved lives together. There is no doubt of that. Our partnership is one of a kind. It is what other municipalities should strive for, but may never be able to accomplish. We're so proud of what we've been able to do as a team. We at Niagara Helicopters are committed to continue this partnership with our law enforcement agencies, emergency services, and our citizens, because without our citizens' participation, none of us could do what we do. To ensure the safety of each and every member of our community as well as our visitors, we're here for you. We are at your service, and we will continue to be at your service for many years to come. If you need us, we'll be there to help in any way we can. This is our community, and we are absolutely willing, whenever we are able, to assist in any way we can. So thank you very much.
So lastly, if we could, and it just shows, the idea that it is a team and it does take a village and how everyone comes together here. And it's amazing, our tourist attractions help us in the river, and that's beautiful, whether it's our boats, whether it's our helicopters, we all come together and use whatever tools we have. If I could now, just for a photo shot, invite everyone with a certificate just to come up here for a picture. I know we've got some people who want to take some pictures. There's a little gateway right there. If you want to take pictures, just you can step over this wall. Don't worry, we've got plexiglass everywhere. And it's okay. You can't hear, you can't see. It's no, you guys don't know the picture. You guys weren't part of this. No, we didn't get no. We got to assemble us. Somebody assemble us that knows about photography?
Well, we need Anna in the front.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody can see over me.
And we're just gonna need everybody pulling in just a little bit here.
You know what, I can coach you.
That's great, yeah.
That's a strategy.
Can I do this?
Yeah, it's great. One more time. Thank you.
We got one more. We got a few more cell phones. Oh, and we have one right here. Hold on, we got one right here first, then we'll get
There we go. Perfect, thank you.
It's $5 a picture, so take away. Any other ones? That's it? So how about a big hand for all of our... And I would invite all of you, stick around for just another few minutes if you could. We have one more really interesting presentation, and then you can head out. You're welcome to stay the night, but I just recommend, give us 5 more minutes of your time. We have another very special presentation. Aaron, it was brought to my attention that I forgot to ask you if you'd like to say a few words. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Would you like to maybe just come up here and just share? I think if you want to come up here one more time, I'm sorry. I should have said, you guys got to tell me everything, you know, right? I want to know when you went to, like this small, yeah, come on up here. And I'm sorry, you know, we heard everybody's angle, everyone's vision, except for Aaron. So Aaron, could you maybe please share from your perspective a little bit like what you shared the other day at the fire station?
Yeah, it's, I'll do my best.
Yes.
What a special city we serve. It's hard to believe. Every day we drive by the falls and I get that view. And I think it takes a special individual to serve this community. And I'm really honored by this, and I'm humbled. I'm grateful for my brothers and sisters who were there with me that day, who've been there for me in the days following, and for all those members that have influenced me and inspired me to be who I am. I'll be forever grateful to them.
And what went through your mind that day when you jumped in the river? What was going through your mind?
It was I like sports, so it's like kind of that locker room kind of mentality. It's game face. I mean, tunnel vision is a job to be done, and I know my role. And we have such great training, and I made sure it was safe for myself, and there was no question. I'm jumping in to secure them, and I didn't miss them by much. And that water just, I had my crew. They had the rope, and that water's incredible. Myself trying to pull myself around, my crew trying to pull my rope to get me around, and there was just no getting me there. So I was able to operate, able to get off my rope. My best friend who helped me organize my wedding threw me the throw bag, and I held on. We had a moment that night because he thought he let go of me, but it was I looked at him, we made eye contact, and I let go of him. And I went downriver for an incredible ride.
How do you describe the force of the water?
For the first couple seconds, it was inspiring. I mean, it was. I've been in some big waves in Costa Rica, and I've never experienced waves like that. The first set of rapids were massive. Didn't know up or down. Didn't know when I was going to breathe again. Got out of that, and we're trained to swim to shore. And I did the best I could to swim to shore, but that river's going to put you where it wants you to go. And went through the second set of rapids. Again, not knowing when I'm going to breathe again, having exerted myself already, that was very difficult. And the third set of rapids was all my family and my life. That went through my head. My son, my wife is 8 months pregnant. Yeah, I got to meet my boy Asher. With only my girl Ava. I have best friends, Tim and Tara now, pulled me in the water. I'm grateful.
We've got the best fire service anywhere, and guys like Aaron and the team that supports them and all our community. It just makes it the best place ever. So thank you and God bless, buddy. Thank you. So please just stick around just for a few more minutes. That wasn't what I had in mind. It just kind of happened. Sorry. Next up. And it's hard, what a tough act to follow. Oh my goodness. What a story. Remember Casey Kasem? You guys remember Casey Kasem Top 40? I felt like it was one of those Sunday nights, you know, hearing one of those stories. So the last order of business before we get into our regular, boring part of the planning part of our council agenda is a key to the city presentation. We don't do a lot of these, and this is another special for a different reason. One that I'd like to welcome up, if I could. Welcome up Dr. Ken Walker. Some of you, maybe I can get you to join me up here, Ken. Yeah, go ahead. Get Now, Dr. Ken Walker, this is going to be interesting for some of you that may not recognize that name, but I've got more of a story. Maybe you want to stay up with your dad? Yeah, we'll give my hand. Come up here. Yeah, and then you can, if you want to use that table there as a way to the ledge. Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Ken Walker, some of you may know the name better from reading in the newspaper, Dr. Gifford Jones. So this is a real interesting chap, and let me read a little bit about him. Now, first off, and if I could just ask you to stand once I mention your name. He's joined here by his wife, Susan Walker. Susan? Could you just stand so we can see who you are, where you are? His 4 children, Robert, John, Brett, and Diana. So please stand up, very strong. And I think he's got 12 grandchildren, but Faye is here today. So Faye, would you stand up? So, the first time I got to meet now Dr. Walker, his pseudonym, his pen name is Dr. Gifford Jones, but I've been reading his column for years and years. He's been nationally syndicated, and I can tell you a little bit about him. And I got to meet him. He was at an event at Camiso's, Fresh Foods, and I brought him a little gift from the city when they were celebrating their 10-year anniversary. And I was so excited to meet this rock star that I've been reading about all these years. So it was a proud moment as we're recognizing and celebrating this author, long-loved columnist, and innovative wellness guru. Before his writing life and taking on the pseudonym of Dr. W. Gifford Jones, Dr. Ken Walker lived and raised his family right here in Niagara Falls, and he had his medical practice here as well. He studied at Harvard Medical School, the University of Toronto, the University of Rochester, and McGill. He's published a total of 9 books, with a major focus being not afraid to challenge standard medical practices and to use innovation in medicine and wellness. And whenever I read those columns, I found them to be so refreshing and not your typical column that you'd expect from a doctor. And I remember one day saying to my mother, I really enjoy these articles. She goes, you know he's from Niagara Falls. And I said, are you kidding? And she said, no, it's actually Dr. Walker. And I said, why isn't he using his real name then? So I'll let him tell that story in a moment. So he suffered, this is an interesting story here. He suffered a severe heart attack at the age of 74. And he famously started taking high doses of vitamin C. He was able to wean himself off of prescription drugs to the chagrin of many medical doctors who opposed the idea. You may be asking, well, how old is he now? He's 98 years young. And Dr. W. Gifford Jones, MD, Prize for Humanity was created to encourage those to try unconventional and innovative solutions and perform a service to humanity in doing so. His celebrated weekly column boasted some 7 million readers and was first published in 1975. It was syndicated and published internationally throughout Canada and the United States. Today it's our pleasure to celebrate Dr. W. Gifford Jones, the author and columnist, Dr. Ken Walker, the doctor and community member, and today I'd like to officially present to him this key to the city, and then I'd like to explain a little bit about the key. But how about a hand for appreciation for Dr. Walker? I'll hold that for a second. Actually, you can hang on to it. So let me just tell you a little bit about this key to the city. Yeah, thank you. So this key is special. It was designed and hand-painted by a young local artist, Sephra Scapitici, who's a special community member herself. Not only was she clearly a gifted artist, having painted her interpretation of Van Gogh's Starry Night on this key, but was a celebrated student at St. Paul High School when she did so. She was enrolled in the Science Mentorship Program at Brock University. She graduated as a class valedictorian with honor roll, received academic excellence and award in visual arts, and is currently studying kinesiology at McMaster University. And the inscription reads, Dr. Ken Walker, Dr. W. Gifford Jones, beloved columnist, author, medical journalist, making your hometown proud, May 10th, 2022. Thank you and congratulations, Doctor. So he's going to share a story with us. You want to tell it here? Yeah, you can tell it right here. We've got microphones up here, Doctor. Yep, okay, that's good. Okay, thanks, Councillor.
When I was a young student at NFCVI, I was broke. And I wondered, how am I going to get a little bit of money? And these were Depression years, and I lived in the Depression years, and it was not fun. And so anyway, I got on my bicycle one day and went down to the Niagara Falls Review and said, do you ever need somebody to carry your newspapers to all the people in Niagara Falls? And they said, yeah, well, we'll give you a job. And so from the first grade in Niagara Falls Collegiate Institute, right through, for 5 years, I would go down to the review. I would open a big bundle of newspapers, tighten them very, very solidly so that I could get on my bicycle, toss on the veranda, and I never missed. But anyway, the thing, every week I would go from Monday to Saturday, and rain or shine, and they would get their newspaper. And of course, after doing that for a number of days, I would knock on their door. I say, I want my money, I want my money. And if this was a quiz show, I'd say, what did I get? And I'm not going to do that. But having a newspaper every day for the week, right on their doorstep. I got 10 cents. And then after a while, the newspapers were a little bit more expensive, but 10 cents in those days was not bad. When I got back to my room, I put 10 cents, 10 cents, 10 cents, 10 cents. And then I had $1. Then I go 10 cents again. I got $2. And I did that for 60 newspapers. I made $6 a week. And that was good money in those days. So that solved my solvency problem. So anyway, that's the story.
No.
That's one story.
Now, what about the name, Dr. Gifford Jones? Where's that come from?
Well, I wrote a book, and I'll tell you the story. A little bench, and when I was just married for about a couple of months and living in an apartment in Niagara Falls, I started writing. And after a while, my young bride, she said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm writing a book." She burst out laughing. Just married a few months. She said, "You don't know how to write a book. You've never written anything." Encouragement from a young wife. Susan, I should have divorced you. But anyway, getting to the next part of the story. My first book was rejected 15 times. And finally, I was walking across the University of Toronto Press one day, and I thought, I haven't tried that yet. And I thought, no, university presses are for pretty high-class books. I went in there, and they said, we will publish you. And then there was a regulation of the College of Physicians and Surgeons. If you're writing a book for the public, it must be looked at for accuracy. And they wrote back and they said, it's accurate, but you can't publish it because it's advertising for patients. So damn it. And finally, I said, well, what about a pseudonym? And I took a pseudonym in, and it was W. Gifford Jones, M.D. And the publisher of the University Press looked at it and he said, I like that. I said, well, why do you like it? He said, well, it's got a nice ring to it. And then he said, when I read that name, W. Gifford Jones, M.D., I envision the silver-haired surgeons of the Queen of England. And I said, good enough for the Queen, good enough for me. And I'm getting awful dry and having difficulty speaking.
Well, Doctor, I just want to say on behalf of your hometown and City Council, we're very, very proud of how successful you've been. Your beautiful family that you raised right here in Niagara Falls, and you all come back home again. And we want to say on behalf of the city, thank you for making us so proud. Thank you for doing such a great job. Thank you for being brave enough to reach out and understand there's more than just the medical books, and helping us all to live happier and healthier lives.
But I have a question for you.
Yes?
Have you ever given a key to the Niagara Falls who's anywhere near my age?
No. That is 98 years old. As far as I know, Wayne, do you recall anybody 98 getting a key to the city?
No.
No. And Wayne would know. Wayne, the longest serving mayor here at the city of Niagara Falls. So no, I think that's the record for the city of Niagara Falls.
Why did you wait so long?
Around this town, mayors get nervous with a guy with a cane getting upset. So let's leave it there.
It's good to think about it. I'm so old, I would have used it.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Big hand for So ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate your patience, sticking around. If anybody needs to go to the bathroom or if you want to leave, you are so more than welcome to hang out with us. It's going to be a very exciting night of planning matters. So I'll leave it with you. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes just to take a little bit of a 2-minute recess, give you a chance to do whatever it is that you want to do, and then we're going to reconvene. Thank you to everybody. Really appreciate being here today. Thank you. What's that? Okay, folks, welcome back to our council meeting. That ends a couple of deputations and presentations, but we still do have one more. Item 6.3, Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. This is the first Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza organized by the Filipino community here in Niagara, and it's going to be held at Fireman's Park on Saturday, July the 30th. The organizers are here today. We've got Eileen Tinio Hind, Rizzo Gatbanton? Riza, okay, let's see if I can get 3 for 3, right? I'm afraid to do it. Valerio Macanano? Did I get that one? Yeah. One? Oh, okay, got to correct me, okay. So I'd like to invite them up to the microphone, if you would, and they're going to make a presentation to City Council. So welcome to the council meeting.
Thank you so much for having us, Your Worship, members of City Council, and thank you so much for putting us in tonight's agenda with 2 wonderful presentations here.
You can come on this side if you like. If you want to take it, you can come from here if you like. Sorry. Yeah, you can come through.
It's been a long time since I stood here, I think a long time anyway. But one of the memorable ones when I stood here was when I made a presentation for Multifest, and that was in 1995 when we had our first Multifest here, and the City of Niagara Falls supported us with our Queen Street festivities. And as a result of that celebration of cultures, we were able to print copies of our Multifest guidebook, which we distributed to newcomers and new immigrants. And it's all information about the services that they could have here to be able to join mainstream community. So I'm so excited that when I was asked to join to organize this Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza here, at the same time, it's a very good event for our tourism industry. I've been in tourism for 45 years, and the past 2 years was, of course, the worst in our tourism for local, like our domestic, U.S. and international market. And since the restriction was lifted in April, I had 22 bus tours, but they were not full buses. So we're trying to get a lot more things going here. We have, of course, the falls, we have the attractions, but events like this would really help, to get more people. We've introduced it to our tour operators, and they're quite excited about it. So that's it. Now, it's called the Niagara Falls, the Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza. It is a Filipino-Canadian initiative and the first in our city. So on behalf of the Fiesta Extravaganza, we would like to invite everyone, our mayor, our aldermen, our staff, and the residents of our beautiful city to celebrate with us. Again, it is on Saturday, July 30th at Fireman's Park. Festivities will start at 9 a.m. It will be a colorful festival celebrating our Filipino culture and heritage. Of course, we all know Filipinos are known as one of the most hospitable people in the world, so it will be a fun-filled day done the Filipino way. There will be non-stop entertainment, live music, games, mouth-watering food, exhibits, prizes, and giveaways. To open the festivities, we plan to hold a parade around the park with participants, organizers, dignitaries, and community leaders. We also start the day by presenting community awards to Filipino Canadians who have lived in the region for over 40 years and have been community builders, like myself. We also have recognition for young achievers that brought pride and joy to the Filipino-Canadian community in the region. And I just found out from our organizers that my niece, who was given a key to the city, Erica Kasupanan, our survivor celebrant, will be part of those achievers that would be recognized that day. We would like to invite our mayor, our members of City Council, to join us at the parade, the awarding ceremony, and spend the day with us at the park. I'd like to introduce Riza Gatbanton, is the president of the Filipinos in Niagara region, who is also part of the organizing committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, your worship, and the city councils. On behalf, sorry about my voice, but on behalf of the Filipino community and being young generations coming into the community and helping out what we can do more in Niagara region. And Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza is in collaboration with Filipinos in Niagara region, Ontario. It all started with one Fiesta Extravaganza in the Philippines. Fiesta Extravaganza or Fiesta in the Philippines is a celebration of abundance, right? And we celebrated Fiesta with different themes depending on which province you are, and we bring it here in Niagara region. And this year, our Fiesta Extravaganza here in Niagara region, our theme is Ati-Atihan. And you will be so excited, as I am excited, right, presenting this to everyone, of how really Filipino community can bring out more to Niagara region. And like what she said, tourism here, what would be the reason why people come to Niagara region? And this is one way of the reason why people will come to us, especially that we are beside New York, Buffalo, and other cities of our regions. And Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza is the first time that will happen here in Niagara region. And that's why everyone here in Niagara region, Filipino community, not only Filipino or Filipino Canadian, this is open to all. And we are not limiting this to us only. And that's why we are here to present our Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza to everyone. And I am inviting Mayor Diodati and all the city council to come and see us. And also, I would like to personally invite Mayor Diodati to our, because I am one of the I am the president of the Filipinos in Niagara region, Filipino community here. Because we have the basketball tournament right now that is running, and our finals will be on June 5, and I personally inviting Mayor on behalf of our community to join us in our finals on June 5 as well. So yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. It's a privilege for me personally to invite everyone here on behalf of Filipino community.
Thank you, Riza, and thank you. Yeah, very good. So I've got Councillor Dabrowski who'd like to speak, and Councillor Strange as well who'd like to speak.
Yeah, through you. Thank you for the presentation. Very exciting. My background is events, so I know how much work that goes into it, and there's no doubt it's one of the industries that was probably hit hardest over the past 2 years. So the fact that following post-COVID, post-pandemic, you're already bringing a festival here into Niagara Falls. Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to supporting it. And I did a quick Google search while you were talking, and I noticed it's on the Niagara Falls tourism website and various other websites, but maybe, I don't know if it's a motion, but direction to communication staff to ensure that the event's put on the City of Niagara Falls website, that we put it on our Facebook page and our Instagram page. And I also encourage fellow council members, I'm looking at Councillor Pietrangelo, who I don't think is on social media, or Councillor Thompson, but my fellow council members who are on social media to post it to their pages as well. But love events, love the fact that you're bringing it here to Niagara Falls, and I think there's big things to come with the Filipino community, and thankful that you're making it all inclusive as well. So good luck and looking forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say the same thing as Chris as far as getting out there on social media, and Chris is probably the best person to get that out there, so you're in good hands. But, you know, I'm glad that you chose Fireman's Park, and as far as the Filipino people, they know three things the best. It's singing, dancing, and food. So I know it's going to be just an amazing place. I know Vic Pietrangelo loves to eat, so I'm sure he'll be there July 30th. So thank you for bringing this to the Falls. I'm looking forward to the event.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well said, well said. And ladies, thank you very much, and gentlemen, we will support this, and what we'll do is maybe and by the way, congratulations, I know your presidential election, you have a new president, yeah, I saw that. Maybe we could ask Councillor Dabrowski and Strange, if you want to make that motion and include the city's social media and web and homepage that we can help promote your event. So, so motion by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Strange, that the City of Niagara Falls help to promote your event through our social media as well as councils and on the city's webpage as well. And we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So we look forward to the 30th. We know it's going to be fun, and I like Councillor Strange to say, I always say the Filipinos are one of the most fun people. They're always happy, and I think it's because they're always eating and dancing and listening to music.
Right.
What else is there, right? So thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, as we move into the planning matters, I would ask our city clerk, Mr. Mattson, to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit a 5-unit townhouse dwelling at 5360 Royal Manor Drive. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on April 8th, 2022, and by posting a sign on the property in question. anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting, or use the sign-in sheets located outside of the council chambers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Alexa Cooper, one of our planners, to please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment. Yeah.
I'm working on it.
No, that's okay.
Thank you. So, good evening, Mayor Diodati and members of council and members of the public. This is a presentation for rezoning application AM 2021-028, located on a portion of 5360 Royal Manor Drive. The applicant is proposing to convert the existing house into 5 townhouse units and rezone the land to a site-specific R3 zone. So here's a location map of the property. You can see where the subject zoning amendment is outlined in red there, as it does only take up a portion of the property. To the west is detached dwellings. To the south and the east is the Hydro Canal and the Canada 150 Trail. And to the north there is Highway 420. So a little bit of background. The applicant has requested approval for a zoning bylaw amendment. The land is currently zoned residential 1D density zone. In August of 2021, a severance was conditionally approved for the property. The applicant requests that a site-specific residential mixed R3 zone to permit the 5 townhouse units. A separate but related bylaw amendment has been applied for to permit a 3-story 25-unit apartment building, which is file AM 2021-029, on the remainder of the property. This is being considered again on tonight's council agenda through report PBD 2022-031. So here's the proposed zoning for the property. As I mentioned, they're requesting a site-specific R3 zone, and specifically they're requesting that the maximum permitted width of a driveway in a front yard be 13.4 meters, whereas the maximum is 9 meters, and they are requesting a minimum interior side yard width of 1.3 meters, whereas 3 meters is, or sorry, 1.8 meters, whereas 3 meters is what's normally required. So here I've got a rendering of what the proposed townhouses will look like. An open house was held on March 10th for the application. There were a couple of concerns from the residents, one being traffic impacts to Windsor Crescent. There was a traffic study submitted with the application that estimated 11 a.m. and 13 p.m. peak hour generated trips. So this is approximately 1 car every 4 to 5 minutes. No impacts are anticipated as a result of this development, and our transportation staff had no concerns. There were also concerns about tree preservation. The majority of the trees are on the border with the Canada 150 Trail, and a tree preservation study will be dealt with at site plan through a submitted landscaping and tree preservation plan. There were concerns about servicing. The submitted servicing and stormwater management reports concluded there was adequate servicing available for the proposal, and Municipal Works had no concerns. There were also concerns for parking with the Canada 150 Trail. There's currently no parking lot for the trail, but there is on-street parking permitted, and parking for the trail will continue to be provided via on-street parking. So the proposal conforms to provincial, regional, and local policies, and staff have no concerns with the requested site specifics for the proposed R3 zone. In conclusion, staff recommend that council approve the proposed 5 townhouse development as detailed in report PBD 2022-030. Thank you.
Oh, you're back.
Thank you for that. Thanks, Beck. All right, thank you very much, Alexa. Do we have any questions from members of council? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I don't have any issues with the development as it stands. We dealt with this at Committee of Adjustments as well. The question I had was just kind of through you to the planning department. I know that I noticed that there's a cash in lieu payment, and it was mentioned before that staff was going to try to work with the developer to see if we could move some of the parking from on-street to off-street. As it stands right now, we're taking money from the developer as a cash in lieu payment. Was there not an opportunity to, I guess, get some parking spots so that the trail itself could have some off-site parking instead of the on-street parking that it has?
Okay, are we directing that to Ms. Cooper or to
It
Ms.
doesn't matter,
Dolch?
It doesn't matter, Your Worship.
Or Mr. Brace?
I can answer that.
Okay.
It was considered, it was brought to our municipal work staff, and ultimately, they decided that it was not ideal for the township to take, or sorry, the city to take those lands because they are within the MTO required setback in case they ever decide to widen Royal Manor Drive. Hopefully that answers your question. If you need clarification, I can provide that.
Councillor, does that answer your question, or do you need more clarification?
No, I mean, I don't know when Royal Manor's ever going to get widened.
Oh, your microphone?
Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, I don't know when Royal Manor's ever going to get widened and why it would. The traffic study said that there's one car every 4 to 5 minutes. I can't imagine that the MTO would be looking at widening a road that really doesn't have any traffic on it. But the configuration of the property is such that it comes to a point right where the trail is. That's where I thought the city could, you know, instead of actually hitting the developer with a payment to the city, you know, perhaps acquire a little bit of land that we could use for parking, so that we didn't have to have people park on the street that are going to go use the trail. As it stands right now, I mean, I'm sure Mr. Vaca is aware that he's got a big parking lot there, and you know, the chance that people are going to leave the street and go and park in the parking lot is always there. It just would have been nicer if we had some municipal parking for our trailhead. Most of our trailheads have an actual parking lot that people can use. I think this is the only trailhead of the Millennium Trail that we have that really doesn't have any parking for people. So that was my only comment, Your Worship. It just would have been nicer.
Yeah, I think it's fair comment, and you're right.
Yeah.
You know, because I've been down there. You got to park on the road, and you got to set back because of the curve, the bend in the road. Okay, well, we could have more dialogue with that. I know Ms. Dolch is on the screen too, listening in, so that's good. And I see our CAO is just having a little caucus right now with staff, so I'll just talk for a second here until somebody comes back or looks or puts their hand up, and then we'll see what kind of input we get. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While the caucus is going on, I thought I would mention that we did hear the residents that they were concerned about the traffic and the tree preservation, but I think staff have put together a plan that takes those considerations into play. And the other thing I wanted to mention about the tree preservation, I talked with staff and they are now going to be changing the process that the tree preservation plan will come in at the pre-consult, not at the site plan. So it comes in a lot more before, and then there can be discussions about how to preserve them, and we can have those discussions instead of having them later. So I thought I'd bring that up.
A pre-con,
That's
okay.
very much appreciated.
Okay, great. Did we have any further anything or no? I didn't know.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. If council would like staff to go back and consider that, you know, the potential arrangement for additional parking for the trail, it's something we could take a look at. With, as long as council fully understands that there is a risk at some point in time down the road that land might, you know, there is a risk to everything in life, and there is a risk that, you know, that might come in. But if it's something that council's willing to accept, we may want, you know, we can have staff take a reconsideration of that that point specifically.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
I mean, I'm not sure if that's directed at me, but I'll definitely respond. I wouldn't want to hold up Mr. Vaca's development. I know that, you know, going to Committee of Adjustments, he only has a certain time frame that he has to satisfy his conditions. So I'd rather deal with this And then if staff want to, talk to the developer, and if they can come to an agreement over the parkland dedication funds, then so be it. If they can't, then I think the development goes forward as it's presented tonight. I just thought it would have been a good opportunity to get some parking.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Kira does? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Kira, Ms. Dolch, you wanted to jump in?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention as well, and I'm sure Mr. Vaca may be doing a presentation this evening as well, but I do know Mr. Vaca has provided additional parking spots beyond what is required by the bylaw, and I know he has indicated that he did indicate to me anyway that he did plan to allow people to use those for the trail. So obviously, continuing with this development now wouldn't hinder that discussion in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else at this point, Councillor? No? Okay, thank you. Any other questions of council? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone that wishes to speak to this?
Your Worship, we do not have any residents that have registered online. However, I do see a couple gentlemen in the gallery. I'm not sure if they're here for this particular matter. If they are here for this public meeting, now would be the opportunity to speak.
Okay, are you here for this matter, sir? Okay, so this would be your opportunity. If you want to come to the microphone, you can address council. If you state your name and your address first, please. Oh, you got to turn the microphone on. See the little button? No, at the bottom. Thank you. Okay.
Hi. Okay.
And your name again? We can.
Okay, my name is Jenna. I'm own property address from Center Street 5036, and I have another 2 property in Allen Avenue. And I have the issue with the closing, the street closing. They're giving the one-way street.
Oh, no, this is a different matter.
Okay.
This is a different matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I thought that's, sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, but there's no one else, Mr. Clerk, there's nobody else to this one? No, okay. Yeah, this is a different matter. Okay, if there's no other comments, then the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. And what's the will? I'm sorry. I almost forgot that. Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I almost forgot about it. We'll now hear from the applicant or his or her representative if you have anything to add.
My representative should be online.
Oh, online, okay.
Yeah, so we do have Mr. Stephen Rivers here as the applicant on behalf of Mr. Vaca.
Mr. Rivers, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. So the floor is yours. If you have anything else to add to the presentation, the floor is yours.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Kira on her new position. Well deserved. She's going to do a great job for you.
Thank you.
Heather, if we could just move to my slide 11, I'm going to save council some time.
Great.
Go back to the one just before that. Technical considerations. Thank you. As Alexa has more than adequately provided you with information, the functional service and report, stormwater management report, is adequate for the proposed use. The traffic impact assessment was undertaken. Wasn't a requirement for the zoning bylaw amendments, but Mr. Vaca undertook it at any rate, and it determined there would be no impact. A noise study has also been undertaken. Standard noise control requirements are part of that noise impact study. Acoustic test of windows, appropriate ventilation, and warning clauses, which are standard for developments along roads like the 420. Next slide, please. The advantages of the proposal is consistent with provincial, regional, and city policy encouraging infilling and intensification. It's an efficient use of infrastructure. It increases the city tax base, and the development constitutes, in my opinion, good planning. Next slide. Planning considerations that were undertaken, and Alexa mentioned these as well, but we looked at the implications or requirements of the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Niagara Region's official plan, the City of Niagara Falls official plan, and the City zoning bylaw amendment. That's really the last slide I have anything to say about it. I'd be happy to try and answer questions if I can.
Okay, are there any questions of council for the applicant's representative? Okay, no, that was great. Thank you very much. So, now the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded.
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Mr. Becca. He's got another one. Yep, he does. Are we using the same one now? Okay, I'd again like to ask our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda, please.
Yeah, public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's bylaw to permit a 3-story, 25-unit apartment building also at 5360 Royal Manor Drive. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on April 8th, 2022, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or use the sign-in sheets located outside the council chambers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to ask our planner, Alexa Cooper, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mayor Diodati, members of council, and members of the public. This presentation is for AM 2021-029, which I mentioned briefly in my last one, located on the remaining portion of the property, 5360 Royal Manor Drive. The proposal is to rezone the lands to a site-specific R5A zone to facilitate the construction of a 3-story, 25-unit apartment building. So the location map is identical, except now we are talking about this portion of the property, so I'm not going to go over the surrounding land uses. A little bit of background. The applicant has requested approval for a zoning bylaw amendment. The land is mainly zoned residential apartment 5A density, with the remainder being residential 1D density. In August of 2021, a severance was conditionally approved for the property. The application requests the subject lands be rezoned to a site-specific residential R5A zone to facilitate the development of a 3-story, 25-unit apartment building. And again, the separate but related 5-unit townhouse application was mentioned earlier. So for the requested zoning relief, as you can see, the majority of the property is already zoned R5A. And the application requests that the remainder be rezoned R5A so that we have the same zone over the entirety of the property. And there was a request for a minimum landscape open space area of 27%, whereas 30% is the required minimum. So here's a rendering of what the apartment building is proposed to look like. And similar to the last application, an open house was held for this on March 10th in tandem with the previous one, so I'm not going to go over these again because the concerns and everything were the same. So the proposal conforms to provincial, regional, and local policies. The applicant has requested a reduction to the required minimum landscape open space of 27%. Staff recommend that the minimum 30% be maintained as detailed in the report. I will mention that since the report was published, we have worked with Mr. Vaca and we've come to a site plan that does achieve the minimum 30%. So staff support the remainder of the application as detailed in the report. Finally, staff recommend that council approve the proposed 3-story, 25-unit apartment development as modified in the report on the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions of council for Ms. Cooper? Okay, thank you for that. Seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to an appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone scheduled?
Your worship, no, there is no members of the public that have registered to speak to this matter.
Okay, thank you for that. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative, with the same representative online, okay?
Thank you again. Let's we can move straight on to slide 12. Alexa's done such a good job. I don't want to try to overwork her. Again, we have the same technical considerations for the apartment as for the townhouses. Functional service report, the sightline assessment was prepared as part of the traffic impact considerations to ensure that there would be no potential impacts on Royal Windsor Drive and also on the Royal Windsor, where it runs parallel to the 420. Again, no traffic impact assessments, and the noise clauses considerations are the same. Next slide, please. The advantages or the presidential considerations were parking and landscaping, given the location next to the trail. As Alexa pointed out, originally proposed to reduce the landscaping from 30% to 27.3%. And actually originally proposed 68 parking spaces, and it was an increased parking in response to some of the neighbors' concerns about people parking on the streets, as Councillor Pietrangelo has indicated. Staff recommended increasing the landscaping and reduce the parking, and the revised concept that was worked on by Mr. Vaca with staff provides the 30% landscaping and continues to provide 68 parking spaces. Next slide. Again, we're consistent with provincial regional policies encouraging infilling, again, efficient use of infrastructure, increase city's tax bases, and constitutes, in my opinion, good planning. And I'm open to questions.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions of council for the representative of the applicant? Seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Okay. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio, or no question, yeah, seconded. I've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say how happy I was to see the amendment to the 30%. So I thank the developer and the consultant and our staff for doing that. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you for that. Any other discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So that's 2 for 2. So it was a good night. Any more? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, again, I didn't want to make it part of the motion because I don't want to hold up the applicant, but if staff wouldn't mind reaching out to the developer to see whether or not there is an opportunity, you know, instead of doing the payment of cash in lieu, to get some offsite parking for the trail. Great.
Excuse me. Thank you for that. I just talked to our CAO, and that'll be direction to staff that they'll reach out to the developer to have that discussion.
That's fine.
Okay, that's great. All right, thank you for that. Okay, so we're moving on. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if we could address the two gentlemen sitting in the gallery.
Yep.
I don't think they're here on anything that's on the agenda.
We're already on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We're gonna talk to these fellas. Just this isn't the appropriate place to address this. Okay, so moving on to item 8.1 under reports, CLK 2022 fee waiver application for Niagara Children's Center, the plasma cars. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo that we move the recommendations that the race fee be waived $368 for the Gale Center, Hockey Canada Foundation $2,644 waiving, and also the budget expenditure fee waiver of $12,253 and to have staff find a positive variance. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to talk about, we're over the budgeted amount and it's only May, and I'm wondering, I know that staff were going to look for the difference, but I'm wondering, should we maybe be limiting organizations to a certain dollar amount? I'm just concerned because we're in May and we have a lot more months to the end of the year. Could staff maybe come up with some ideas about what we can do for that budgeted amount for fee waivers? I completely approve this. I'm just thinking about in general what we should do, because we are
it'd be
over.
a good question when our CAO comes back in the room to direct that question to him. So why don't we bring that to him when he comes back
Okay,
in the
thank
room?
you.
That's a good idea. Yeah, exactly. It's part of what, sorry, Mr. Clerk?
Just to address going forward, the fact that we are over with the fee waivers, it is part of one of the recommendations there that council directs staff to review this fee waiver expenditures prior to 2023. And the recommendation above that is also to have staff find positive variance to help fund this budgetary overrun. So staff are aware that we're over, and we'll look to how we're going to deal with that throughout the course of 2022, but also look to review this for 2023. Naturally, as Councillor Dabrowski had pointed out earlier, events are starting to take place. These fee waiver requests are starting to come in a little more so than the past couple of years. So staff will be considering that.
Okay, so under recommendation 4, that's covered then, Councillor?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we voted on that, right? Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Excuse me, 8.2, F2215, cancellation, reduction, or refund of taxes under section 357, 358 of the Municipal Act. Recommendation of council approve the cancellation, reduction, or refund of taxes on the various accounts per the attached summary and granted the property owners listed. Motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Is there any discussion of that motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Item 8.3, monthly tax receivable report. Recommendation that we receive it. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio, that we receive the report. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Item F22, 2022-22, the 2022 property tax rates. Recommendation that council approve the property tax rates. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 8.5, final tax notice due dates for residential, pipeline, farmland, and managed forest assessment classes. A motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we approve the recommendation. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Item 8.6, property tax incentives for hotels that help resettle Ukrainian refugees. The recommendation is that council, direct staff to forego the creation of a one-time property tax credit for hotels, as the city would be at risk of violating Municipal Act 106. Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Item 8.7, capital financing and debt management policy. 2 recommendations that council adopt the new capital financing and debt management policy for the city, and second, the staff be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Okay, item 8.8, on-demand surety bonds policy. So you can see there are 4 recommendations. 1, that council adopt a policy regarding the use of on-demand surety bonds, which will be effective for a 2-year period. Item 2, that council direct staff to update the language used in development agreement templates to permit surety bonds that conform to the surety bond policy. And 3, council directs staff to report back on the uptake and any challenges encountered with surety bonds within 2 years of accepting the first on-demand surety bonds under the policy. And lastly, the council directs staff to take all necessary actions, including the execution of all necessary documents to give effect to the 2-year surety bond policy. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a couple of questions. Is this surety bond in place of or in addition to that you have a choice?
We'll ask our CAO to weigh in.
Thank you. Through the chair, the developer would have the choice to post via letter of credit or by on-demand surety bond.
Okay, thank you. And then could you please explain how, if there's a default under the old system, the line of credit, how long does that process take? And is there a large cost compared to the surety bonds? How long does that take?
I will start, and if I get anything wrong, I'll have legal counsel start. A letter of credit is essentially a cashable security. That's why it costs developers money, because it's like cash is held separately by the bank account. Once you post a letter of credit back to the bank, in theory, it should only take a day or two. In practice, sometimes it takes a bit longer to actually get proceeds undertaking. The surety bond takes a little bit longer to actually get cash proceeds, but there is no other requirement to exercise the bond except for the demand for payment from the surety. So I believe we did put some timelines in there in the document. I just don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, in the region's correspondence about the Ontario Affordability Task Force report, it says the region does not support the surety bonds. Why would that be?
Because they haven't been practiced a lot. So there are some examples. There's been some large developments in Northern Ontario that's under surety bonds. Hamilton has just moved to surety bonds, and the province has actually recommended the adoption of surety bonds in place. I think when any time there's anything new, there's always some risks involved. But in the city of Niagara Falls, I had asked staff to go back to see if we've ever made a claim on a letter of credit. We've never made a claim on a letter of credit. So we've always had performance on this. We've put certain restrictions in the structure to provide greater security to us, so we can only deal with certain levels of surety, so we know that the credit level is good. And B, the language is, I don't want to say one-sided. I would say it's favorable to the city of Niagara Falls. So that's why it's a pilot project. If there is some difficulty to it, or if we do have challenges, we'll go back to the old system. But I think we're trying to be more user-friendly, but also to reduce the cost because to the developer. Because one of the things that this council has become very cognizant of is trying to get cost of housing down. If I put a cost onto the developer that he cannot avoid, if we say you need a $100,000 letter of credit, that's like him borrowing $100,000 for 5, 6, 7 years, and that just goes right to the price of it. If I can reduce that to 10 or 15% of what he would normally pay, that should transpire to lower cost for the housing.
Okay, that makes sense. And one last question. If a developer could have to come to the city for certain things and they could get a surety, but then if they have to go on the same project to the region, they would do a line of credit?
Letter of credit, yes,
Letter
that's
of
correct.
credit,
Yes.
sorry. Okay, thank you.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. So did we vote on that? Pardon me?
No.
Did we move it?
Yes.
Well, it's already been moved in a second, right? We didn't vote on it.
Councillor Pietrangelo and Kerrio?
You second. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you for that. And I think it's a good move to try the surety bonds. It's going to make it easier for development to take place, move things forward quicker. Item 8.9, rural arterial roads emergency improvements. So there are 4 parts to this. Councillor. Yeah, okay, so motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio, and Councillor Pietrangelo, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to pass a thank you on to staff, probably Mr. Burgess and Mr. Nickel, actually. I know the letter came in from the Amici group, the riders. One of them had the accident on Gardner Road. It was pretty rough in that area, so it's nice to see that staff got on it right away, and we're going to fix some of our roads so that accidents like that don't happen.
And also, I'd like to thank Councillor Kerrio too, for he also drove up and down the roads to have a look to find out what was going on. And I also want to extend our thanks to our staff for turning on a dime. I mean, this wasn't yeah, it wasn't part of our plan and part of our budget, but that road has, like you said, it's beyond, it's crumbled. And the fact that they were able to find something that's gonna buy us time until we can do a full reconstruction, well done. So, so we've got the motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Item 810, information report, future hospice care center for Niagara Falls. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Another thank you, I guess, over to staff. It's nice to see the report in front of us. It's well laid out. It has a 4-step process, and I mean, there's an old saying, right? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. So I'm hoping that we can take that first step tonight. I don't know, maybe I can ask Mr. Burgess what he thinks would be appropriate, but I would imagine that if the city were to put out an expression of interest, the first thing that we'd be looking for is a partner, and then from there we can work on a piece of land before we actually make an application to the LIN. So I'll pass that over to Mr. Burgess, but if that's appropriate, Your Worship, then I'll just make that motion.
Sure, great. Mr. Burgess?
We'll take council direction on this. If we want to go that way, I would say an expression of interest or an RFP for a hospice provider, and you may also want to do an expression of interest for a site. And then, because those are the two key elements, if we can get the land and if we can get the hospice provider, you know, then I think that gets us well underway moving forward. So if that's the direction, I can certainly take that.
That'd be my motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson, that we start an expression of interest for site and also provider. That's right, to have a hospice built here in Niagara Falls. Great move. Okay, so we've got the motion on the floor. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Item 811. Initial report, official plan amendment, and housing policies. There's some housekeeping amendment. There's just a recommendation that we receive the staff report for information. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Item 812, filling vacancy for Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we approve appointing Mr. Brian Kahn and Ms. Donna Pierre to the committee. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And Mr. Kahn did our acknowledgement today. Item 8.13, public outreach on the Affordability Task Force recommendations, proposed Bill 109 and missing middle housing. There's a recommendation that council receive this report for information purposes. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive the report. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could ask a question through you to Ms. Dolt, when will this be implemented? I know it went through the first stage of it, but when is this looking to be implemented? I know that there's a lot of communication from municipalities and different organizations about the recommendations, and there's a lot of issues with a lot of the recommendations for many different organizations. So when are we looking at implementing this? Because, you know, the region has looked at it, we've looked at it, municipalities have looked at it, but is there a timeline when this is going to be law and implemented, that we have no more say, they're just going to implement all of those recommendations?
Okay, let's get you an answer. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Well, that's the million-dollar question. They have started the implementation already. Bill 109, as you can see from the report, is starting to implement some of those recommendations. That consultation did go up at the end of March. It was supposed to be up till the end of April, but it was passed by Royal Assent April 14th and consultation ceased. So obviously the government is moving things quickly and moving things forward quickly. So I can't advise you on when they'll bring forward their next set. I can tell you that they did put out consultation on the missing middle housing, which is the intensification, the 4 stories, the side single detached residential dwellings in any neighborhood. And that is out for consultation. It ended again on April 29th. They were just asking specific questions. They haven't put out any legislation yet. That is obviously to come shortly. With regard to the rest, I haven't heard much from the government as of yet. I haven't seen anything else posted on the RB, on the Environmental Registry, but stay tuned for that. I'm sure it will be shortly after the election.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Dolch. Did we vote on that? No. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to move the consent. Does anyone want anything lifted? Why don't we do that first? Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 9.5 to lift it, 9.9 a conflict, and 9.2 a conflict.
Okay, so 9.5 lift and conflict on which ones, I'm sorry?
9.2 a conflict and 9.9 a conflict.
And 9.9. The arc, okay. All right, so why don't we deal with 9.5, exemption request to a 2-year waiting period for minor variance, Chippewa East draft plan of subdivision.
I just wanted on record that I was opposed to it, so
Okay.
I guess, do you have to vote on it and I opposed?
Yeah, well, we can do, why don't we do that one first, and then you can vote against it. So item 9.5, the recommendation that we, council, consider passing the resolution to grant an exemption to the 2-year waiting period for minor variance to allow Queensway Chippewa Properties to file an application to the city's Committee of Adjustment for the proposed development. Is there anything we need to know on that? That's the consent agenda, right? Is that just straightforward there? Okay. So when I saw Ms. Dolch come jump on the screen, I didn't know if I needed to do something. Okay, so motion, looking for a motion. Motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Thompson. So we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, with Councillor Lococo opposed. And was there any more? And then 9.9. Okay, were there any other? No? Okay, so motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to move the balance, second by Councillor Dabrowski, the balance of the consent agenda with the 2 conflicts noted, 9.2 and 9.9. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Now. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So now we are at communications, and I'm going to ask our city clerk to guide us through this choppy water.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just thought it might be appropriate to walk us through some of the communications and comments of the city clerk that have been received. Again, we have tried to break this up into different sections to help council deal with all of the matters, whether they're for approval, for information, etc. So items 10.1 through to items 10.6, our staff recommendation is that council approve or support these items. I can just touch on those ones briefly since we are recommending support. 10.1 is a special occasion permit request for the Niagara Falls Rotary Rib Fest, and that is taking place June 17th to June 19th. And they're looking for the event to be declared as municipally significant and as a community festival by council, and this will assist with obtaining a special occasion permit from the AGCO. 10.2 is a proclamation request for National Public Works Week from May 15th to the 21st. 10.3 is another proclamation request for World Ocean Day on June 8th. 10.4 is the historic Drummondville BIA is bringing forth their 2022 proposed budget. 10.5, the Lundy's Lane BIA also has their 2022 budget presented. And 10.6, there is a noise bylaw exemption for the Chippewa Slow Pitch Tournament and Street Dance that's taking place July 16th until 11:30 p.m. If approved, and that is taking place at the Chippewa Lions Park.
Move 10.1 to 10.6. Okay, motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski to move 10.1 to 10.6, communications. Oh, I'm sorry. Motion by Councillor Kerrio to move 10.1 to 10.6 of communications, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to further communications and comments of the city clerk in section 11. There's a recommendation there that council receive and file for information items 11.1 through to 11.6. We do note that Councillor Kerrio has a conflict on 11.1, and Councillor Pietrangelo has a conflict to part of the correspondence also within 11.1. And Councillor Lococo has conflict on 11.3. And looking for a motion there.
Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to pull 11.6 to have a very brief discussion, and I'll put a motion forward to accept them all after the discussion. 11.6 was just a comment from a resident about not enough time from when the agenda is posted. Sometimes it's posted on Thursday or Friday, and I was just wondering if we could have some comments from staff about other ways of doing it. What are some disadvantages or advantages of doing it certain ways? Because I have heard that quite often.
Okay, I don't know if that would be through would that be through you, Mr. Clerk?
Sure, yeah, I could speak to that. I know the comments there from the resident suggest that he's only afforded 3 business days. Also noted that there is Saturday and Sunday in there as well, so the residents do have 5 days to review the agenda. This is a big improvement from the way things used to be done, where the agenda was posted on a Friday publicly, and we had our council meetings on Mondays. So we've tried to push back on both ends in the past to move council meetings, of course, a few terms ago to Tuesday evenings, and we get that agenda out to the public. It's usually first thing, Thursday morning. So there's most of an additional day there as well. And of course, we get that to council on the Wednesday. The further we push this back, the more it just opens up for opportunities for additions. Even the way we have it now, we're trying to be as accommodating as possible. You'll see that from our office, you get constant updates on Friday, and now we usually get updates on Monday and sometimes even on the Tuesday. So it's the will of council, but I think staff has exceeded what other municipalities are doing, and we've certainly exceeded our previous timelines. But again, that's really up to council's direction if we want to extend that even further.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy with that explanation. I just wanted it out there because some residents are asking, so at least now we know why, and I'll be happy to move that whole block.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Strange, that we move the rest of the communication block mentioned. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, and I'm glad the councillor pointed out about lifting an item. At any time, if council does feel, just like the consent agenda, if there's one of these items to be lifted for discussion, that's certainly appropriate. Moving on to then section 12, communications and comments of the city clerk. The recommendation there is that council refer to staff items 12.1 through to 12.5.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, I would like to lift 12.1 regarding the security cameras for the downtown. And if I could ask, you have conflict?
I have conflict on 12.1 and 12.5. Should I leave the room?
No, that'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
It'll be quick, thank you. So if I could just ask through our CAO, Mr. CAO, is there some language that we can move that would allow us, because the time that's going by and the time frame that they're working with, that we could give authority to staff to approve this subject to Niagara Regional Police agreeing to manage the data and the cameras? Is there some language we could utilize?
Through the mayor to mayor and council, yeah, if you provide staff delegated authority to negotiate with the BIA and with Niagara Regional Police, so that the city does not have any exposure to the data contained and or to the maintenance of the equipment, we can certainly negotiate that, and then we would report back once that's completed. Or if it failed, we'd report back on the failure.
Okay. So could we get a motion to that effect? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I would make the motion, but also I'm the chairman of the Fallsview BIA, and we've been working with the police for cameras in the tourist area up there. It's very positive, and we're moving ahead. And we didn't come to the city. We've been dealing with the regional police. And this is so important with the situation we have now with some stabbing and fights and the cars being damaged, and the cameras are really an asset, and we should have them everywhere, and I would make the motion.
Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange.
This is to have the police monitor them.
To have the police monitor them, yeah. We'll give staff authority to move forward on giving them approval on the arches if staff or police agree to take care of it.
Correct.
The way he said it. Sounded better that way. Okay, so we'll call a vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved with conflict for Councillor Lococo. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we move the balance of the communications. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Holy smokes, a lot of communications, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, moving on to section 13, further communications and comments of the city clerk. There are two items there that were just a little bit unique. The first one is a letter for Niagara Falls City Council. There's a request there for a ban of public display of usage of pro-Soviet or pro-Russia symbols. The recommendation there is that this matter is not really within council's jurisdiction, and it's recommended that it just be received for the information of council.
Okay, thank you for that. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Kerrio, that we approve item 13.1. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous.
And lastly, Your Worship, was additional correspondence that was just added late today as item 13.2, and this is dealing with cross-border travel around the ArriveCan app. You can see there that we had received a letter from the Niagara Falls Bridge Commission and the Buffalo Fort Erie Bridge Authority, and there is a recommendation there. Perhaps I think you wanted to speak to this matter. If not, I can read off the recommendation.
Yeah, well, go ahead and read it. And what I'll say, if I can just say this real briefly, and then maybe the clerk can then read it off, because my iPad hasn't updated, so it's not sitting on mine yet. And I don't want to push any buttons and screw something up here. But the bottom line is, you know, I had a discussion yesterday with the federal public safety minister. I've spoken with Ron Rienis, the gentleman that runs the Peace Bridge, and he spoke with the Rainbow Bridge people as well, and the Queenston Lewiston Bridge, and they're all in agreement that the ArriveCan app at the land border crossing is doing nothing but causing problems. It doesn't make us any safer because it just requires the same two pieces of information. Show your passport and show your proof of vaccination, but it's causing congestion at the border, it's turning people off, and it's having a detrimental effect on tourism, and it's going to be terrible for this coming summer. So we need to remove this, and I did have this discussion with the public safety minister. He understands it, so now we need to make sure that we have a good public campaign supporting this. And even if they want to continue it at the airports for now, understandable. But but maybe if the clerk's able to read the recommendations, it does a better job of outlining specifically what the issue is at the border. So, and then we'll ask for your support that we would forward this to border city mayors, to our MPs, and to the appropriate members of federal government would have a hand in in reversing this decision. So I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. The letter there does list several different instances of some of the complications surrounding the ArriveCan app. I believe what they're asked here is that it's not to be made mandatory any longer, but only used as an optional tool. So the recommendation would be that Council endorse the letter received from the Niagara Falls Bridge Commission and Buffalo Fort Erie Bridge Authority to ask the Government of Canada to continue to market the ArriveCan application, but only as an optional tool when crossing the border, and that it no longer be a mandatory requirement. And further, that a copy of the letter and Council's motion be forwarded to the Public Health Agency of Canada. They're the level of the federal government dealing with the ArriveCan app, and the bordering municipalities across Ontario that deal with the Canada-US border, as well as to the members of Parliament for Niagara and local area municipalities in Niagara for their support.
Okay, motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Kerrio?
Just quickly, Your Worship, I'd just like to say as well, that I've talked to our MP, Tony Baltinelli, who's been working hard on this, and also Vance Badaway. He's been working hard in our corner as well. They've both been involved. I know Mr. Baltinelli raised it in the House, and Mr. Badaway's been working behind the scenes to help us. It's an issue.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Councillor Lococo and then Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't get an opportunity to read this, and I like doing other research than just the letter, so I'm going to be opposed just because I haven't read it. I want to do my own research, and I know there's lots of different opinions out there, and until I do that, I can't vote informed, so I guess I'm going to have to be opposed to it.
Okay. Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with the letter, and I've spoke to large groups of American folk that are looking to come into Canada, especially Niagara Falls. They're not sure of the rules, and they're not familiar with the app. And like you said, it's kind of just, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but it's basically duplicating information at the border, creating a backlog, and creating a lot of miscommunication, which is detrimental for our tourism, especially in a year when we're supposed to be rebounding back. So I fully support it. We have 50 guests flying in from the United States earlier next month for a consumer show that I run, and it's a pretty big challenge, to say the least. So anything we can do to kind of alleviate the stress at the border and just get people from the United States back to Canada, and especially Niagara Falls, is highly important. So fully recommend, and happy to second it. I'm not sure who did. I might have already, but anyway, fully supportive.
Did he second it? Yes, you already did. You're so good you didn't even know you did it. And also point out too, I have received many, many calls, mostly from senior citizens that feel this is discriminatory. And I've had one gentleman in particular, I remember he said, he goes, I'm 87. He said, I am proud to prove show my passport and prove that I'm a Canadian. I'm happy to show that I'm fully vaccinated with my booster. He said, but I'm offended that I'm being forced into digital technology, which I do not understand. This gentleman has got a flip phone. He said, and he goes, it's offensive to senior citizens and it's discriminatory for those of us that can't do this and can't manage this. It's added stress to people. He wants to attend events, weddings, and he said it's very stressful for my wife and I. This gentleman's 87 years old, and I can tell you I've received many calls in this exact way. People that are really, and we've got 1 million snowbirds, many of them right here in Niagara. And a lot of them, and I mean, that's not to say some seniors are more technical than others. Many are not. And in that letter, you'll read the statistics of technical. I think Mr. Rianis did an excellent job at outlining some of these facts that are causing problems for people that live here, that live along the border as well. This isn't just tourists, this is for locals and specifically seniors. And many are outraged. Matter of fact, I was on a show, Zoomer Radio, and the calls that came in were overwhelming. People were very, very offended by this requirement, especially when it doesn't make us safer. So I've got Councillor, did you have your hand up too? I'm sorry. Councillor Dabrowski, then Kerrio, sorry.
And to that point, and it's not just seniors, it's all demographics. Again, there's people that fly, and if you lose your phone, or if your phone loses battery power on an airplane and you end up at the border, you're up, the creek without a paddle.
Yep.
And it's that creates a whole different problem. Then you have people that are stuck after a 7 or 8 hour flight from the west coast to the east coast that aren't able to cross the border, and then what do they do? So yeah, a lot of miscommunications and negative results from the ArriveCan app.
And on that, to that point as well, yeah, excuse me, to that point as well, roaming fees. And when you get to the border, I've been in my office at City Hall and I jump on Verizon network, and if you don't have that, you're out of luck. You will not be able to access an update when you're driving in your car. Now you're blocking the lane. Like it wasn't thought out. I get why it was done in the beginning. It's become irrelevant. Councillor Kerrio?
The letter was excellent. The one thing that the letter did not point out is, so you can't cross the border without a phone? You don't have a phone, you can't cross the border.
Exactly.
You can't.
Yeah.
So you can't do it without a phone.
Yeah, an iPad.
So they're making people have to have a phone to cross the border.
Yeah, and I've spoken with a number of CBSA people. It's causing problems for sure. Yes,
just to that point as well, then I'm going to stop with this. But you can't use your digital device to show your passport or any other sort of documentation. If you don't have a hard copy of the documentation, you're not able to cross the border. So the fact that you require digital documentation across the border now, it just doesn't make sense.
You know, it's funny, and well, you say that, but we'll see. I have a feeling you'll say something else. But the other thing too is, I'm speaking with my counterpart in the U.S., and the Canadians are lined up to go into the U.S. because at the US, you show your passport, and usually it's a verbal, are you vaccinated? So all Canadians are going there to spend their disposable income, but Americans are not coming here. If you look at the license plates, that's your best empirical data. But you saw one, right? I mean, it's like the first robin of the year, you know? Right. So it's definitely causing an imbalance of travel and trade along the border. And the Americans are beating us at this game because of this extra requirement. So unless Councillor Dabrowski wants to comment one more time, no? We're good? Okay, so why don't we call the vote then? All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved with one opposed. Thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, back to you. Is there something? You might as well finish it off. Are you sure?
On to section 14.
Okay.
I'll be back shortly.
Okay. Resolutions, PBD 2022-35, exemption request to a 2-year waiting period for minor variance for Chippewa East draft plan of subdivision. Looking for a motion to support the resolution, moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay. With Councillor Lococo opposed. Ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Your Worship. Council met earlier this afternoon for in-camera meeting as per the resolution passed earlier today. Council gave direction to staff regarding information about the Niagara District Airport. Further direction to staff regarding the former Coronation building on Summer Street. And one other matter, that Council delegate authority to the CAO or his designate for all matters related to the acquisition of properties and easements necessary to accomplish road widenings and dedications in support of the Montrose Road, Brexinger Road, and Bigger Road improvements identified in the Montrose Road and Lions Creek Road, Bigger Road Municipal Class Environmental Assessment, driven by the development of the new South Niagara Hospital and surrounding lands. And further, the Council approve a 2022 capital budget amendment totaling $660,000 for the purposes of land acquisition related to recommendation number 1, and to be funded by capital special purpose reserve and development charges where permissible. And further, that the Chief Administrative Officer or his designate be authorized to execute all agreements and documentation and take whatever steps necessary to carry out the recommendations as mentioned.
Motion for ratification, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved.
Sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor
I was
Cope.
opposed to the first one.
Did you get that, Mr. Clerk?
Yep.
Thank you.
And Mr. Clerk, did you want to explain, we've changed the agenda just a little bit?
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. You'll notice that we have just moved up the notice of motion and also combined that with new business. New business, as I've stated on many occasions, is not part of the procedural bylaw, but I've come to realize that council continues to use new business, so we might as well call it for what it is. So we've lumped those two notices together, and we've moved bylaws to the last thing on the agenda just prior to adjournment. The reason for that is the last bylaw that you all know is passed at every meeting is a confirmatory bylaw, and that confirms all of the actions of council. I felt it wasn't appropriate really to have that bylaw passed ahead of any new business or notice of motion. So it's just a cleanup, just so that we can make some improvements to the agenda before having an ombudsman tell us to make improvements. So it's just a housekeeping matter to move the bylaws so that the confirmatory bylaw can really be the last item that's dealt with on the agenda.
Okay, thank you for that. So let's go to notices of motion or new business. Councillor Lococo and then Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. I know we've all had calls and emails. There's been articles about the fireworks, the 144 nights of fireworks. I have had a conversation with the Niagara Parks Commission Chair, April Jeffs, and she is going to be having discussions in this upcoming week with the Niagara Parks Commission and the Illumination Commission. A lot of our residents are really concerned about the noise level, the amount of damage it does to the environment, the noise for domestic pets and wildlife. 144 days. I know we haven't had fireworks for a long time, but 144 consecutive days are really an inconvenience for a lot of our residents. So after speaking with Ms. Jeffs, she is going to have some conversations. I don't know what's going to come out of it, but I wanted to put it out there so that our residents know that we are listening. We don't have any power over what the Niagara Parks Commission does with the fireworks. There are some alternatives, drones, laser shows, quieter fireworks, maybe not as many. Anyway, I wanted to put it out there that they are talking about it. Thank you.
Okay, and I can point out, Councillor Kerrio and I sit on the Niagara Parks, and this has come up already, and we did discuss, and I can tell you that staff are investigating other ways of doing the sky entertainment other than fireworks. First thing we should point out, they are considered environmentally friendly fireworks. They're biodegradable, and they've done a number of things to make them less harsh on the environment. Second thing, the drones. Drones have a lot of problems too. The drones, they go out of service, and I don't need to tell you about those rechargeable batteries, what they're like when they land in the river and what they'll do to aquatic life. And they do run into birds, so they do cause other problems, and there are other risks as well. With laser shows, the challenge with the laser shows, they don't penetrate the mist. And some of us were around when we put the new lights on, the new LED lights, and it took us several years to come up with a way, because although the LEDs are 300% brighter, they don't penetrate any better. And anyone who's driven in the fog will know when you put your brights on, it's harder to see, and that's the effect of a laser. I can tell you, I used lasers back in the 80s in a business that I was involved in, and they're great in the right environment. But the mist is very unpredictable. And I should point out, both of those technologies are very expensive, so they are looking into it. I wouldn't expect anything to happen overnight, but everybody is aware of the challenges of fireworks, and there's challenges with laser and challenges with drones, and they are looking into options and alternatives. But I can tell you, in our office, that's probably one of the #1 calls we get is, when are the fireworks? They're extremely popular, and I can tell you, popular with locals, because locals can go and watch them for free. So there are, although I will say, I did get some people that were concerned about their pets and wildlife. Yes, for sure. I received significantly more people who enjoy having the fireworks here. So I just want to throw that as well. It's a balancing act. I don't think there's any one exact right answer, but I can tell you, Councillor Kerrio and I, we did address this, and staff are researching other technologies and opportunities, but it's not going to be an easy one. It's not black and white, that's for sure. I can tell you that.
Thank you. I appreciate the information on those other ones. I noticed that you said that they're less harsh to the environment. They're still an environmental concern. There are people who suffer from PTSD as well, so it's not just pets, it's people. And I went back to my notes from 2018. I was having a discussion with the Niagara Parks Commission about these other alternatives, and they said that they were looking into them at that time. We're in 2022. I know there was a 2-year pandemic in there. I know that something's probably not going to be done for this year. Look into next year. But people really don't want 144 consecutive nights. They're looking to maybe drop some, that it won't be 144 consecutive nights. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Kerrio?
The only thing I'd like to add to your comment, Your Worship, is that the duration of the fireworks has been cut back significantly. At one time, it was 15 minutes. It's now 5. Been cut back to 5.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, well, first of all, this is the tourist center for Canada. And if you go out, and I would like to send a resolution to all of the BAs, Niagara Falls Tourism, the regional tourist organization, and get their opinion. I've been told for years that the fireworks are here because the people go down there and watch them at 10 o'clock, and then they stay overnight. This is about jobs, about tourism, about the hotels, and our major business. I would like to hear from all of the BIAs and the tourist organizations and what they have to say. I have no problem about trying to do something a little different, but Kerrio saying 5 minutes, and if you watch TV and at special events in the States, they have them going on for like an hour. It's unbelievable. So this is a really important issue that we have to handle carefully.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, and just to that point, we're finding that a lot of people, because we're doing it on Sunday night and Monday night, they're extending their stays in Niagara Falls as well, which is really helping with tourism and the economy. So we're like, well, let's stay a little bit later because it's 10 o'clock at night on a Sunday. They'll wait, and okay, well, let's get an extra night out of the weekend. So we're finding that it's really helping tourism as well. But I get the point that Councillor Lococo was making.
Mm-hmm. Do we have any other new business? Oh, yeah, Councillor Strange. I was going to say your name was on my list. Okay.
Yeah, I actually, I wrote in an email. Is there a motion?
No.
Just, I emailed our city clerk yesterday about a notice of motion involving something I would like to do for the village of Chippewa, and if council would allow me to proceed, and at the end of the presentation, I'd like to make a motion to light up or potentially light up the bridge on Chippewa, the Waitman Bridge.
Well, did you want to first say what it was, what you want to talk about?
Sure. Yes, I would. Yes. So I was approached by a few people from the village of Chippewa, and some of them are saying, you know what, we kind of feel left out sometimes because everything goes along the Niagara River and the Festival of Lights, and we feel like it goes up to Kingsbury Park and it kind of just kind of ends and the village of Chippewa goes back, and there's so much history, and there's so much development. We have a couple condos that on the west side are going up, and the last 2 years, if we learned anything about the pandemic and not being allowed to do it, it's about nature and seeing things. And they would like to light up the bridge for the beauty of Chippewa, to let you know where they are. And you can imagine, I know in Welland, they have Welland Bridge 13, and a few years ago we lit up the bridge for Dalton Jakes, and we had about 1,000 people out there, and they lit it up gold for him, and now they continue lighting it up for different causes and everything to commemorate celebrations events of Welland. I don't know if anyone's ever been to the Terrace restaurant in Welland, but it's right beside the bridge, and it's just a beautiful place that you can have a coffee, a couple of drinks, and dinner, and just look over, and the bridge is just beautiful, lit up in different colors. I thought, what is different from that than in the village of Chippewa, where we have a beautiful creek right there. We have docks going from on either side, Front Street, Bridgewater. We have Tim Hortons. We have a couple restaurants. And what would be better than having dinner and looking over at the beautiful site of the village of Chippewa and the Waitman Bridge? We could light them up for different causes. They were talking about that. I'm like, well, how many, what causes or what kind of history or memories there are in Chippewa? Well, I did kind of a little bit of my research and read some books where Wayne Thompson probably lived it. I was reading the books, and you'll know a lot of these families that I'm going to mention, Wayne Thompson. I'm sure a lot of the relatives of some of these families are still there. And I think to beautify that, and if you wanted to have a coffee, like I say, on Tim Hortons and looking over the bridge, and for a great cause, whether it's lit up for Childhood Cancer Month or Pink for breast cancer or autism, or for a particular day for someone in history from Chippewa, I feel that it's so important to recognize the history. And I'm just going to go over a little bit, and Councillor Thompson, you can correct me on any of these names that I might miss, and I'm going to have if you can just bear with me, and so back in early in Chippewa, before Chippewa was named, it was obviously an indigenous community. You know, the First Nations of Chippewa, also a group of First Nations called the Neutral Indians, started there. And the earliest settlers, the first permanent settler of European descent in what is now Chippewa was Thomas Cummings on the south side of the Welland River. I don't know, went to school with him, Wayne? But later that same year, John Birch settled on the north side of the Welland River, and in 1786, he built saw and grist mills along the Niagara River. Fort Chippewa was built in 1791 at the present site of the Kingsbridge Park, which is right now. You know, who can confront the War of 1812 in Usher's Creek, where there was a great battle and the site of the Battle of Chippewa on July 5th, 1814, which is such an important date. After the War of 1812, Chippewa became the home of Lower Seacourt, remembered for carrying information to the British regarding American advances before the Battle of Beaver Dams. Laura Seacourt lived in the village of Chippewa until her death at the age of 93. Wow. I'm sure a lot of people don't realize that.
The
It's
house
also-
is still there, too.
I'm sorry? And the house is still there?
Yes.
Yeah. It's also been documented that one of the first ice hockey games ever played was on the Chippewa Creek as early as 1839 between British soldiers, which is pretty incredible. I know one of the residents has a hockey stick and a skate that he got from his great-grandfather found in the attic, and it goes back to that age. So it's, you know, it's crazy, and it is documented. On October 16th, and these are all dates that can coincide with lighting the bridge up. On October 6, 1849, the village of Chippewa was incorporated, and in 1850, James Cummings became the first mayor of Chippewa. In 1926, the Colmar Paper Product Factory opened, and you'll notice, you know, on Main Street there's a condo building there that has the Colmar name, and it's very important that you remember these names. And you can't forget James Cameron. He called Chippewa home until he was 16, and before he went out to California and became this, you know, huge director and so successful. But it all started in Chippewa. Finally, the Waitman Bridge. It's named after the Waitman family. And a lot of people don't even know that that bridge is called the Waitman Bridge. We started business in 1915 with a truck and a load of lumber. And by 1925, they opened a lumber mill and building supply store on Main Street, Chippewa, which soon became E. Edward Waitman and Son Building Supplies. Edward's son, William, served as a Chippewa village councillor. The family business grew and eventually branched out into a ready-mix concrete facility on Montrose Road. All these names are important in the history of Chippewa, and I know I forgot a lot, but there's probably a lot of relatives of these people and of these names in Chippewa. It's such an important part of the village of Chippewa. Now for the motion. I would like, if I'm allowed to.
Well, Mr. Clerk, is this going to be like a direction to staff to come back with
Yes,
something?
yes, exactly.
So, Mr. Clerk, what do we need to do to make that happen? Do we need to lift the procedural bylaw, or can we just accept the motion?
Yeah, part of that motion could be just to waive the procedural bylaw.
Okay. So that'll be the first part of it,
Okay.
and then the rest.
Okay. So, am I making a motion to remove the procedural bylaw?
Yep.
Okay.
And the rest. We'll do it
And
all
then
in
the
one,
rest.
he said, yeah.
Okay. That staff make a motion, sorry?
Yep, he's gonna second.
Oh, I didn't read. That staff look into the cost of installing and lighting up the Waitman Bridge in the village of Chippewa all year long and have the bridge light up for various monthly causes such as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, autism, Go Pink for breast cancer, Canada Day, or specific dates or months of former historic people from Chippewa, which I just mentioned. I would also like to work with staff to outsource possible interested partners with help with lights, installation, and possible costs with this project, like example, Niagara Parks, NPI, and the Festive Lights. I think there's a lot of people that would like to help out in the village, and maybe Councillor Thompson would like to help me out with source as well, and sitting on NPI, because I think a lot of people would love to see that that bridge lit up, and I think it would just be beautiful in the village of Chippewa.
Okay, so you heard the motion and seconded by Councillor Thompson. And then I guess, and then staff, we'd ask him also to look at sponsorship opportunities too, right? There may be some
Yeah,
opportunities where.
There's so many great people in Chippewa, and the Miss family, Rolf's Restaurant. We could have a Julian Miss Day, a celebration, and there's a lot of great people in the village, and we'd just like to acknowledge those people.
Yeah, it's a neat idea. So do we have any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So that's great. That sounds pretty exciting. Councillor Dabrowski. Motion for adjournment. Seconded by wait. See, we turn things around. We got to do the bylaws still.
Yeah, sorry.
Because we just switched things around. Councillor, hold on, we got Councillor Thompson.
Yes, everybody got the emails from Mike Cushman about cleaning up the roadways, and on the day they were out there, I drove down to Dorchester Road, right down to Chippewa, and I ran into Mike Cushman, and they had about 100 bags of garbage that 3 or 4 people had picked up. And I pulled over to the side of the road. I was interested to see how many people was going to volunteer for this, really important for the community. And he said, we ran out of bags, and we still got a lot to do. And I called the city and said, could you take some bags out there for the garbage pickup? And they said, yes, okay, we'll do that as quickly as possible. And he says, make sure they're going to come and pick the bags up that are full of garbage. And I got an email later that they didn't show up for the extra bags, and that was a disappointment. So, but I would like to make sure the staff make sure the garbage is picked up, and if they need some extra bags for the volunteers, we would certainly support that. And during the conversation, I was asked, what about all of the cyanamide and the pollution and things I've been sending you regularly and the council? And do you know how bad this is? Or have you had anything from the Ministry of Environment? And are we doing the right thing? And I said, I don't think I've had anything directly from the ministry or for the government. And I would like to make a motion that we get the government involved and give us some proof that we're doing the right thing with respect to the pollution that they're dealing with now.
So maybe we should get, just before you get Ms. Dolch, if she's still on, if she can comment. I don't know if she's there.
Your Worship, I know Mr. Nichols isn't here tonight, but he's commented many times.
Yeah.
He's also.
He's just going to report back.
Yeah, so, oh, did she leave already? Yeah, so Counselor Thompson, if you'd be okay with this, why don't we ask staff, because they've been dealing directly with the Ministry of Environment.
Yes.
Why don't we ask them for a report back on
Well, I
that?
think I just like some report indicating that we're not just forgetting about.
No, yeah, we're
this.
not.
Yes.
No, we've got,
Okay.
right, so, and I didn't know, because I know Mr. Nichols away.
Let's have a report back.
Yeah,
to-
okay,
yeah.
so is that good?
Second that.
Okay, great, so this is how fast he's already sent it off. So you want to then just make a motion that we ask for staff to report
Yes,
back on
yeah.
environmental concerns regarding the,
Yeah.
on Fourth Avenue you're talking about?
And, no, and the circle.
The circle?
The
Yes.
roundabout.
Ministry has definitely commented on that, so is the region. It's on email.
Yeah, so, well, then we'll ask, we'll,
can summarize it.
yeah, we'll get staff
Yes,
to report on
yes.
both roundabout and Fourth
I'd
Avenue,
just
right?
like to have that.
Yeah, at the old Y site.
And I'll second that.
Okay.
For a staff report.
Okay, so, motion by Councilor Thompson, second by Councilor Lococo. If there's no further discussion on that, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous for that. And then did your garbage end up getting picked up?
Pardon me?
Did the garbage get picked up?
I don't.
Oh, the next day it was picked up. Okay, we gotta end the story that staff went the next day and got it. Leave us hanging like that. Was there any, well, and one other thing I do want to mention, our thoughts are with Councillor Campbell. He's going through some health challenges right now. So, you know, we miss him and we hope that he's feeling a lot better soon. So if there's no further new business, I'll take your motion, Councillor Dabrowski, and, what's that? Oh, my God, thank you. Councillor Lococo. Councillor Lococo, remind me, okay, yes, a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Second by Councillor Strange. We have Councillor Lococo first, before I call the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to be opposed on 2022 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Those are all of the cannabis ones. They have specific things in that I was against. I was for some of them, but there's things in there that I was against. So 44 to 48, I'm opposed.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, we've got that. Okay, great. So that aside, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And now I'll take your motion, Councillor Dabrowski.
Motion for adjournment.
Motion for adjournment, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor, and we're adjourned. Thank you.